morning. The pit, that one. I haven't looked at this project in a long time. I need to figure out how to do a scrollable flow container. I'm not sure that you can, but I've done something similar in here with this applicants panel. Scroll container, that's what it is. So I think I have to do like this. Scroll. Yeah. And it has to have a child container. So, I'll do that. Hey. There we go. I'll put this here and here. Now, this should expand, fill, and fill. And that fixes the other one already. All right, cool. Now, if I do, like if I go in here and I say, you have this whole custom minimum thing, which I can edit. I don't want to do that. I want to, would be your transform, would be your transform, it'd be your scale. Can I do like 0.5? Does that work? Hey, it did work. Cool. Alright, so I can scale the cards down, which is kind of necessary for the screen a little bit. Maybe not, but we'll see. I'm going to do a quick Google for the Plants vs. Zombies. Also, we should put a gradient down here, just like a vertical gradient going to black, so it looks like it's kind of going behind something. Give some more depth to the screen. And this doesn't need to extend any wider. That's fine. But we should add a label. And horizontal center, vertical center, layout. It's going to be anchors and it's going to be top right. And we're going to like fill this area here. And just type spells like that, and then we're going to go down to theme, quick load in our theme, and we're going to set the color probably to white. And then we need to go to the font size, which I guess we can do down here. Okay, can't hold that down. I can do that though. So 64 would be, yeah. This is something just like quick that I wanted to have done. This will be where all the cards on the card catalog are set. Good morning. And then I can just set them all in here. If I added a card cooldown, like a summon cooldown, I could allow you to select the same card multiple times, which could be interesting. Because if you could select the same card multiple times, then I could do a... Nice. Yeah, front end and back end get almost messy with game design because they are intrinsically linked. Like, you don't have the same deal you have with model view, view model. I guess you can kind of use that architecture a little, but it's more complicated than that. But cool. Glad to hear it. In my coding, I separate view from logic. Yeah, you should. You should, except, like, the thing is, like, you're always going to have that on some level be linked. Like, on some level, there's code that's touching your front end. You can separate it quite a lot, though. Oh. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you don't... If you do, like, WPF, you can fully separate it. Your logic doesn't have to depend on view, and your view doesn't have to depend on logic. Observer pattern's useful. I do really loose coupling, typically. Just easier for me to use. But I think this will work. Still kind of figuring out how I want this to function. It's weird because these have click events on them. I need to open my code anyways. Yeah, so they have this press here. I could make this managed by a state. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to do state management at this point. I think I'm getting to a point where, like, I actually need to build, like, overall game state management, because these get used in multiple places, and the way summon pressed behaves is going to depend on the game state, because if you're in the card catalog, it's one thing, but then if you're in the pre-game state, it's another. I guess it would be the play state, pre-game state, and probably like a probably like a pause state, honestly, because then I could do like a menu that has all of them and shows what ones you've unlocked and what you haven't. I have a scene manager, and that is actually a static class. Yeah, this is a godsend. This class gets used in most of my games, one way or the other. And it's relatively simple. It usually gets modified in some way. Apparently there's a new version of Visual Studio I'll update later. Usually this gets modified in some way, so like this method overload here with the index, this lets me set its position in the tree, because I had a game where that was necessary. This game, it's not really. Yeah, well, and Godot signals are just events. They are just events. The only difference between a signal and a static signal would be you can't do this in C# with Godot, but you can do it with GD script. If you go up to project settings, I believe it is, and globals, you can add a script here. And this creates basically what it amounts to a static GD script. You can't do this in C# though. Like, your way of doing this in C# is to use the singleton pattern. And, like, actually use the singleton pattern. Don't, like, just use a static class. You use a static instance of a public class. You can do that in Godot. Because Godot's, like, whole thing is you can load into something that's empty, effectively. I guess technically you always have some form of root node. But even then, I think you can still have stuff that runs before that root node is initialized. And I think that happens in here. There's also shader globals and groups. Not something I mess with. So for me, that's what this is. Since this is just a public static class and it doesn't need to extend node or anything, this is always available to me. The root has to be set. But everything else here, I could actually set the root myself too. Instead of node, I could do like get tree and have this extend node if I really needed it to. And that would be the root.
Yeah, game states. I need to find my game master over here. Enums. I like to think of it more as a creative thing, but yeah. I think the echo has more to do with the driver than anything. Like, there's not a great solution for that, because nothing else is running that could give an echo. It's just going to be OBS doing its thing, or... Yeah, I just checked to make sure there's no audio running out of any tabs or anything.
But yeah, programming is largely a creative task. I can have this set the game state. Get and set. And then I could have the scene manager do it, but actually I should have the scene manager do it, or at very least have the scene do it in its ready function. Because if I open just like that. Now, I'm tempted to make this an argument as part of scene manager. We could do this. I realize there's a lot of logic that's between these that's similar. Like, really the only difference between these two, I think, is just the move child call. At some point I'll go in and change this, but I want it before the add child. That way I don't have to worry about this so much. Am I using intertree? Oh, you mean the... I think that's an overload, isn't it? That's an abstract, I think. So, like public override underscore intertree. Yeah. Yeah, you could use that for whenever, if you needed to, like, pre-run some functions. Well, intertree is not called before the children are loaded, necessarily. It's called as soon as you add a new child. Like, anytime you add a new child, it would be called. So if I had some... I don't know of a situation where I would necessarily use that, unless I was doing, like... I guess you could use it for, like, your own garbage collection. Like, if you... Yeah. Like, you could use it for, like, something... Like, if I had a bunch of... A quad tree. A quad tree would be a good use. Like, if you had implemented a quad tree, and you wanted to recalculate the quad tree whenever something entered the scene, typically you'd recalculate your quad tree more frequently than that. But, like, that would be a reason to do it, I guess. If you had objects that weren't moving a lot but referenced each other a lot, that would be a time to do it. You could have it update pathing. That'd be a good time too. If you had a map that could be modified by adding or removing children, if you added a child, you would need to recalculate your grid, assuming you're doing something grid-based. That'd be a time to use it too. I've never really thought about it. I've never used intertree, I don't think. I'm also out of coffee. So, I will be right back. 30 seconds or less. Back. Okay. I guess you could also use enter tree to kick off some timers if you needed to. That wouldn't be a bad reason to use it either. Excuse me. Or reset some timers. I imagine that function, like, you don't want to do anything too intensive there. You're going to cause a bunch of lag. Excuse me. Like that. And then in main menu, right now we load game. We're not going to be doing that, so I'll go ahead and set it, but this is going to change. Because we're going to be loading this pre-game scene. Now we can go into our, not our card model, but our cards. Do a switch on GameMaster.instance.GameState. This will be probably our default. Guess we don't need a case. GameStates.game. And break. That's kind of interesting. That's not an error in C. Or C or C++, I don't think either of them. Like, if I did another case here and did GameStates pregame and then break, and then put some code in here, the way C and C++ interprets this is run from that case down. It stops checking them. So that's why you have to, that's C# makes you break out of it. I guess you might be able to do continue. I've never tried this. No. But it is kind of interesting. We need Game Master or probably the card catalog. Card catalog. So this won't preload though. I could create a card catalog manager. A manager for the card catalog. And that kind of makes sense to do, too. This will be probably a static class. Public static class, and then it's going to have a we could do a list, but realistically an array is fine. I'll do a list, keep it simple. Public static list of cards. List of cards. And then we're just going to do a get on this so we can't redeclare it. Protect ourselves from ourselves. That's weird. 2 viewers on Kick. Never see that pop up. Let's see. So we've got our list of cards. We're going to add and remove them at their position. Max cards. It's going to be an int. I'm debating on this because I can do a constructor and initialize everything with different card models. When that's clicked, it should be added up here. And either over the last place or it should fill the next available one. And I think I will implement like summon cooldown. I just think it'll make the game, it'll require you to think a little further on the way you're playing. But that also allows me to make this a little easier because I don't have to remove it from down here ever. I can just leave the card down here and add it up here. And then you could have as many of that card as you wanted. If you want to have 4 Gravediggers and a Brute, go for it. You can summon 4 Gravediggers rather quickly, and then that gives you more Brutes. That'd be an option. If you wanted to try a game where you did just a spell only run, you could try that. I think that would be interesting. I think it could lead to some more varied gameplay. So we're going to need a card factory. And this will just take in a card model. And then we can do a if the card count is equal to max cards, then we do cards max cards -1 dot. Am I crazy? I could have sworn that this has... Oh, it's private. Just to avoid changing things. Okay. Equals a new I guess this gives me the object without instantiating it in the tree, and then I just loop over this. And do an add child. Is there anything special that happens in here? I guess I need to do a resource. I don't know if that's going to be the best way to do this. Where is card? I need this to do different things based off of... I could extend this. And create another one with slightly different logic. Not sure. Just not sure how to go about this. Like, I know what I want to happen. But I'm not sure the best way to go about this. You know what? We can do this. And just to prevent me from having to do this every time. Yeah, because all I need to do is keep track of the models. And then in our card catalog, I can get the children, which is going to be all the cards we have. Or I can get, sorry, not the children. I can go to the card catalog manager, loop over all the card models. That'll be all the cards we have. And then I can instantiate a card for each model as part of the card catalog. This also opens the ability for me to do like cool unlocks, like giving you additional card slots. That could be neat. I think that leaves the door open for more long term. I also think we need to do like a minimum number of cards, like minimum they have to have is 1. You have to have 1 card. So that's another thing we'll have to do. And we can do this. Public static remove card model. Card stop remove card model. That's an easy one. This should also be lowercase c at this point. Do this. Technically, I guess I can just do add here. And then lowercase c. But now I need to check public static bool. Valid card pool. Cards.count greater than 0. That way when they hit play, I can just quickly validate it, and if not, I can play an animation or show something on screen, whatever I need to do. That should be easy enough. We need a way to pull the cards. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I can do this. Okay. So that should be fine for our for our summon card. Card catalog. Did I close it? No, it's card now. I keep thinking summon card because that used to be what this was called. It was called that for way too long. Let's see. If we're in pregame, we don't subtract resources or anything. We just do card catalog manager dot add this model. We need a way to denote where this card is. I can create a card location here. And then I can just have that one the parent node override it. So the HBox contain or the flow container and the HBox flow container and HBox container would change their locations. That way you can remove or add a card. So we'll do like a public I could do a string, but I don't want to do a string. Create an enum for card location. This might get reused too. So cards can exist in the catalog. They can exist in the buy screen, and they can exist in the catalog, in the buy screen, and in the what do we call that? The drawer? The card also we also need a card locations dot, we'll say catalog by default. By default it'll do its spawn. So now we can do, we also need to know if the card is owned. I feel like what this is going to become is I have to declare a whole bunch of card models in the, like in a list in another class. Yeah. I feel like this is what we're coming to a point where I need to like build up a like a card book, and that would maintain the card model and whether or not it is owned in a struct. And then a card would just have a card model, and if it's set, then it sets up the title price, whatever. Also, just to cover our ass, we should queue free this. If we don't have a card model. If we don't have a card model, there's nothing else in here is going to work. So we need to queue free it. And since we can set the card model before we actually add the child, then we're fine. I'll be right back. Going to run to the restroom. All right. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and we'll create that. I guess it'd be I guess it would be a struct, but class is fine. We should change the card model. Because that should be a path to a texture 2D and a path to an image. And honestly, the image and the name should be the same thing. And the background and the card type should be the same thing. So realistically, we shouldn't have to pull those. We should be able to pull them from the card model. And then set them. So we can do a resource loader.load and then that texture. Whenever the card's ready. So we'll do what do we call that? Probably a card book. So we'll do new class, card book. We'll make it public. Doesn't have to be, but we are going to. And then it's going to store Do I have a models in here? No, it's just a part of resources. So we have card model. Card model will contain... We're not going to have this extend resource anymore. This is going to break a lot of shit, by the way. We're going to have a lot to fix now. Also, we could also make this, like, this isn't necessary either. Because whenever we summon something, what we're doing is we're going to the player spawner, and we're doing this spawn thing here. Entity spawning to spawn DQ. Whenever we queue a spawn, we're supplying an entity. And from there, we're using the player factory to create it. And then we're just using card model to summon. We could just as easily be using the name. This is a little, like, cleaner, I think. But it would remove a variable. Anyways, public list of we'll call this card metadata. We'll just create a constructor to add this. Actually, what we're going to do like that. And then in here, we'll just add them. So card metadata is going to need two things. It's going to need the card model and whether or not it's owned. And this has to have a load. This is going to be static. I know I keep changing this, but I'm just thinking how this has to work. So we need a public static save. And a public static void load. And then the way this is going to get saved is we're just going to loop out. We're going to store the count of it first. Do we have to store the count? I don't think we have to store the count. I think we just need to call card metadata dot save or dot save and pass in the ref to the binary writer. Ref binary writer. Ref binary reader. Cool. So then this can be I guess we do need to write the count. So writer dot write cards dot count, and then we can do for each card metadata data in cards. We can do data dot save and then pass the writer in, and we can just assume that that exists. So now we do int count is equal to reader.readInt32, and then we do for 0 I is less than count I plus plus, and then we just do cards dot add We'll do a card factory with a ref to the reader. Factory dot create meta card ref to the reader, and then we can just have that do all the reading we need to create card metadata. Do I want to do that? Or do I just want to do new and then load everything in each time? Whatever. Let's create the card metadata now. We'll go ahead and we'll do it under resources. Card metadata. Public void save ref to a writer, well, a binary writer called the writer, public void load to a ref to the reader, and then we can do we just need a boolean as to whether or not it's owned. We'll make this public bool owned is owned get set, and then we'll do by default we'll set that to false. Most cards are not going to be owned by default. And then we need public card model. And then we just need save and load. And card model needs to implement its own like load and save routine. Writer.write is owned. And we'll do card model dot save ref writer is owned equal to reader.read boolean, and then card model is equal to a new card model, and then card model dot load with the ref to the reader. All right, and then we can do in our card book, make sure we have these in the right order. We can do, we'll do this card metadata. I guess I probably need to add a using to the resources. Yeah. Card metadata. And then what we'll do is card metadata equals new card metadata dot load from the reader, ref to the reader, and then we add it here. All right, that should work. And then over here, we now need to go into our card model. This should be easy though. Public void save, public void load. Background and image are going to be weird for this because these need to be changed to strings. Image. Okay, so now we need to do save needs a ref to a binary writer, and then you need a ref to a binary reader. Okay. And probably what we'll end up doing is adding all these to an interface and then creating like a little like save load manager that then we can just pass in a path or a file name and then call save or load on that file name and kick off everything. But either way, this will be writer.writeName, writer.writePrice, and then int card type, int to summon, and then reader.read, read string, there are better ways to do this, by the way. You can do this with like Roslyn. Doing reflection with this is really probably one of the best ways to do it because you don't need to know anything about the object. You're asking the compiler for everything. So then we do card type equal to card type, and then we do reader dot read int 32. And we're gonna do basically the same thing with to summon. That's the player type. Okay. So cool, we have a save and load routine. So we need to like initialize this file. So that means we need to create an initial binary file that has everything in it. So we need to create a card book initializer, or just create an initialize function. Public static init void init. If we need to create a key paths, be a dictionary, probably. or just a static class. We'll do that in the root. Oh. I've done this already. Not exactly surprised by that, but yeah. All right. So, data in the card book, we do paths.data. We do if file.exist paths.data. We need to make this a string. It can be interpolated like that. We'll just do cards. Cards.dat. So if that file exists, then we will do a using. I think you have to have. I think you need a stream reader for this too. Yeah, you need a stream for input. So let's surround this in another using statement. File stream equal to a new file stream for this path. Cards.dat. And we're going to do file mode read. Where are you upset? Cannot convert string. Oh, that's file access. I need file mode. And then do this. Just pass in the stream here. And then we just call load reader. That's right. You have to do like this. And then after that you do reader dot close and reader dot dispose. Yeah. Else. We're going to initialize all the cards. This is going to get kind of long. And then we need to save it. We're going to save it at the end of this. I'm going to create a constructor in the card metadata. I'm going to create two. I'm going to create a constructor that's empty. This is annoying, but I kind of need to do it. model is equal to model. Just like that. And we're going to reverse the order of these just because I prefer the way it looks. Okay. So now we can do true and then new card model. Pats dot. We'll do a summon background. This also means that we have to like create this. Summon background. And then we'll do like that. Summon, spell, and trap. All right. Image card type equals. Why is not this? This is not what I was wondering about. Wondering about why. Must be. We're going to add a using statement. And then to summon equals player type dot gravedigger. Now, it might be easier to just generate all of these, but yeah. Hello. Yeah. I've built an empty object with 2 trails inside of it, and I'm trying to figure out how can I start from an empty object that has particle system to activate them. So you've got something like this, right? Is that kind of what you're working with? And then they're both off. I guess my next question would be, what is supposed to trigger it? Is it just supposed to be on whenever the thing loads, or is it supposed to happen on some kind of event? And then we've got I can play them when I press them directly, but I do not know how to connect them to the main base product. Unity, by the way, I just realized you are in Godot. Ooh, Unity. Oh, 1 second. This has been a minute, but I think I remember how to do this. Yeah, sure, that's fine. And let's do 2D built-in render pipeline. It has been a long time since I have opened this, but I think I still remember how to do it. Also makes it easier for me because if you had asked that about Godot, I would have had to do it in GD script because I would have made the assumption you were working in GD script, and I don't have GD script just memorized off the top of my head. Pretty sure I can do most of it. But let's see. I think all you need to do is get component from whatever your prefab is. You would do in your script, you'd do get component particle system or whatever the hell it's called, and then you would just set emitting to true. Like I said, it's been a minute though. So let's see if I can remember how to do this. I don't miss how long it takes Unity to open. Well, I mean, it depends on like what you're asking. Your question's not that clear. Like, if all you're wanting to do is have the particle start whenever the game starts, you just set emitting to true in the editor, and then you start the game. If you're wanting them to follow something, you just set them as children of the thing you want to follow, and then you make that a prefab, ideally. Like, your question's not super clear on what you want it to do. But if they're off, and then you want to turn it on, then yeah, you do need to script that. Okay. So now let's load. Then let's look at it here, because it's going to... Unity's still taking an eternity to launch. If all you're doing is something like this, where you have just a bunch of child particle systems, like that, they should start by emitting. So it should just be a drag and drop thing. And in this case, it's placing them over each other. But if I shift their transform over, you'll see them. It'll work virtually identical. Oh, thank God it's open. Oh. Oh, Unity. God, I hate Unity. I do not miss this. Alright. So you have something like game object, effect, particle system, and then you have effects, particle system, like that. And then my guess is you have them kind of separated off, but this one's not emitting. Yeah. Unity, why do you do this? So you're doing like this, and then you have the emitting set to true, I'm guessing. Ah. That's right, trails are fucking weird. Trails only render when you move them. So you're doing something like having a main trail I'm doing. I'm sorry, I'm used to Godot, so I'm trying to use shortcuts that exist there and they don't exist in Unity. So you have something like this where you have two trails attached to each other, right? Kind of like that. And then you want them to both be emitting, like this. To get a trail to emit anything, you have to be moving it. Trails don't just automatically emit. But yeah, by default, all the children are already on. So if I added another trail here, yeah, trail 1, and we shift it over here, all of my trails are emitting. Just like that. If I move them to the left, you don't see them, but yeah. It's the fact that they're not moving is why you're probably not seeing anything. So you've got a particle system and then a child trail. It should behave exactly the same. It shouldn't matter what the parent is. Even if I set it to like a 2D object, it'd behave identically. So you have like this. Same thing. It emits that they're all emitting. It's just that these only emit when they're moving. And then probably that middle one will set to 0. That one will set to 0. This one will set to 1. And this one will set to -1. If we go in here, we've got 3 particles emitting and 3 trails emitting. So they all emit at once. It's just that, like, unless the trail's moving, it's not going to emit. And it doesn't move automatically. So what you would want, let's see if I remember how to do this, is something like new script, open this, been some years since I've done this. I think it's input still in Unity. Yeah, input dot get key down, keycode dot s, transform dot position. No, transform dot, is it not transform? Is it position? Or am I crazy? Oh, this is a mono behavior. That's... have it extend game object. Point start if key code. I can't remember how to move something in Unity. I can't remember how to access the transform. Lowercase t transform. Transform dot. Interesting, you can go transform dot transform dot transform. guess you can't modify it directly. Yeah. So let's do this. Equals vector 3 dot down. That it? No. Yeah, I don't remember. Your issue is that you're not moving the trail. It is drag and drop, but the only reason that it won't emit is if it's not moving. And I just cannot for the life of me remember how to access the transform in Unity. Been too long. That's rotation. So it is that then. Yeah, there's structs. And then so if I hit play on this, what we should see I was adding, but same deal. You can see where the trail was. Plus equals 1. That should be Y. We can quite literally dupe this several times over. Well, let's move this out. W A D X X minus equals W would be minus equals on the Y. See, they do automatically emit though. Anyways, now I have a bunch of junk files from Unity. Yeah, no problem. And thanks for the follow. I'm guessing you're definitely more of an artist if you're working in Blender. For now, let's open up paths and make sure that path exists. Also, better a master of none than a master of one. I do a lot of art stuff and I do a lot of programming. I need to make sure that that exists, so we're going to go up here. Yeah. So, We need to create a folder in assets called cards. Then we need a folder in here called backgrounds. And then in here we need a summon PNG, a spell PNG, and a trap PNG. Now, what those amount to is this. Can't paste root. Okay. I wasn't pasting a root node, but sure. We're going to open in the file manager so that we can just copy this and paste it around. I recommend if you want something easier, though, go with Godot. Like, as far as engines. Cards, backgrounds, paste. And that one is the, specifically, that one is the summon. Now, we're going to take that and we're going to open it in Sprite. Open file. Do that. And then NES. And then we're going to do, how many colors are here? 1, 2, there's 1, 2, 3 colors. Perfect. Perfect. Makes this easy. Do this. And then do this one. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. So there are more than that. And then this guy. And we'll call this one spell. And Control A, Control N, Control V. Do that. And yes. And now we'll do the greens. Actually, we're going to do a different green. We're going to do these greens. And then that one can be the trap. I could do a shader on this and then do a color swap thing, but honestly, that's faster than writing the shader. And that's fair, starting out with Unity. I started with Unity. Well, no, I didn't. I started with my own thing. I started writing my own engine using, like, at the time, X and A. And then I moved to Unity. And I also did, like, a lot of stuff in Pygame back in the day. I don't have a physical copy of the book. There's a book called Python Crash Course that has an entire section on Pygame. It's the final project in the book, and I made a Space Invaders clone. But it uses Pygame, which isn't a game engine, it's a framework. So Pygame, you sit down and you just write code. I almost am curious if I can add a script to a node through code. Like, can I give it a file? Like, can I do... If I open this and go into, like... I don't know, card catalog. Can I access the script? This dot set script. Yep, there's a way to do that. And then I just create a new script. New card. Can I do that? Huh. That means I could programmatically generate a bunch of my stuff if I wanted to. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Means that I could make a card builder for this and then not have to think about it so much. Just adding and removing cards ad nauseum. I could even generate the script if I needed to. I'll be right back. Gonna go to the restroom. Oh, shit. Alrighty. Anyways, that was the fact that I can set scripts. I'm gonna actually look at that real quick because it might save me a lot of time here. I guess this is a really simple... I'm debating on something right now. Just thinking. I think I can do... This might be faster just to make a tool that has a few boxes where I can set the name, set the price, the card, drop down for card type and what it's supposed to summon. And even like a path to the background. And we just mirror it. Could even make it as part of this tool if I wanted to. Let's because then I could generate this script, right? Like I could generate the card book loader. Let's do that. We're going to create a new project here. We need an assets folder and a scripts folder. We're going to create assets, cards, and then I think it's backgrounds. And then here is where we'll drop in all of these. Copy. Is there a way to paste here? Not that I see. And open it in the file manager though and paste them this way. Okay. So there we go. Now we have our backgrounds in here. All three of them. We need a scripts folder. And we need a scenes folder. We need from here, there are a couple of scripts I want. And we're going to go back. Going to open up the scripts folder. And I guess I can do this on screen. I want the pads. I want the card book. I want the card metadata, which is in resources. And I want the card model. All right. So, I think that gives me all of these scripts I need. So, let's go ahead and save this as Game Master, just in our root directory there. We're going to add a user interface. We'll add, this is going to just be a form basically. We'll add a scroll container. I can make it small if I need to. It's going to be layout is full rect. It's going to have a margin container inside of it. That margin container is going to have a VBox container inside of it. Inside that VBox container is going to be a lot of HBox containers, which are just labeled label containers, effectively. Actually, let's just do this. We'll just do it this way. Label, name, and then text field, text placeholder, text name, layout custom minimum X 200, Y 30. We'll do a Y60 actually. And let's get rid of this because we don't need it. New name. Then we'll do $60. Placeholder text. What is the other? We need price. Actually, I think there's a number selector. Is there not? I could have sworn that there's a way to like set a number. What's an item list? Interesting. Rich text tab bar tree video stream. Spin box. That's what it is. Price. We need, I'm going to move this over here so that I can see everything. We'll need a combo box. Drop down box, is that what it's called? Can you tell it's been a minute since I've done this? I think menu box is the one we want, though. What is menu box under? Is it a container? Interesting. Or menu button, it's a button. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll loop over all of the enums and set this. So this will be, we're gonna have 2 of these. This is going to be card type. And then we're going to have 3 of these actually. I have card type, and we also need alright. This one's going to be our 2 summon. And this one's going to be our background. Yes, I can do layout, container sizing, fill. So 35 pixels is what it should be then. Okay. So there we go. And then we need a not V-split. It's an H-split. And then I want the other half to just be a texture rect. And then you should be anchors full rect. All right. And then you should probably fill. And so should you. Okay. And we should just add we'll just add a margin container here. Fill. Right. Shrink center. So this will center this image whenever we put it in. We'll go ahead and default it here to that. Okay. We're going to go into scripts. This is going to be a C# script. We'll just make a master for this. I built something similar to this on stream a while back for a different game that we're making. It's still heavily in the planning stage. I want to get back to it though. We just also have a lot of other projects going at the moment. So Okay. This should have a V-box in it. And we should have a menu button here. Should be above this.
We'll tell this to vertically fill. Yeah, like that. And then this way this can just kind of exist on its own. If I hit this. Come on. Cool. All right. This is going to be the card we're selecting. So this will need to like initialize with all of the card options. This is the card we're looking at.
Okay. So let's do, we'll create a script for this. Also needs to be at the bottom of this a button to save. And in here, actually, you know what? Delete that. Let's save. This is just going to be like a new card thing. So we'll do a label. Put it at the top. New card. Center. We're going to actually create new label settings. We're going to grab our font. We already have this open. I'm going to grab the shaders folder too. See how that looks. Cool. We're going to up this a bit more. This font does not scale well. In fact, I've got to like zoom in to even tell when we hit a point that it looks okay. And then we're going to turn it black. We're going to leave it white because we're going to put a panel going to be anchors, full rect. There you go. And we're just going to set its color. Focus mode is none. Font icon. Styles. And we'll do a corner radius. That. We'll also do I think we can set it up here. Text behavior. Nothing icon. No? Okay. So we do have to do it in theme. Good. This is aliased. I should create like a generic banner to use for these at some point. Regardless, that's fine. New card. We'll need a script for this. Okay. So now we need public void save pressed. This could be private, but we need to do card book dot cards dot add new card metadata. We need to put whether or not it's owned by default. So we'll need a owned checkbox. Ooh. I could use the rarely used on-off toggle. Check button. Is owned. Okay. Okay. So now we'll need a export public check button is owned. Get set. Okay. In order, what are they? I'm going to do this off screen real quick. Sorry. Actually, I can just put my reference off screen like that. We have a text edit called name, a spin box called price, a menu button called card types, and a menu. We're gonna actually copy and paste that top one, that next one twice. Card types, we got to summon and a background. Now we're going to create some private things, like a private dictionary of strings to card type. Call it card type dict, and we'll just do this. I apparently I didn't grab the enums folder, which I don't need the whole enums folder. I just need a few things out of it, but I'm going to grab the whole folder. It's just easier. Card types, like that. Now card metadata, I'm going to do is owned is equal to is owned dot set state. If true, the button is in toggle mode, makes the button flip state between how do I access what its state is? Okay. Let's go look at it in the editor. Is owned flat eye context behavior. It's just button pressed. Zone dot button pressed. And then card model is equal to a new card model with a background equal to background dot text. Yeah. Text we want to summon is equal to, we need 3 of these. We need 1 for card. Actually, no, we don't need 3. We just need 2. We need 1 for card type and we need 1 for player type. Excuse me. Dict, and then we want the to summon text. We need the name, which is just going to be name.text. We'll call this name txt. Name is a built-in variable in Godot. Price is going to be spinbox.value. Price.value. It's a double. We'll just do mathf dot round to int. And then, is there anything else? We have that. We need card type. We need set card type. Card type is equal to card type dict type dot text. And then in our ready function, this is your equivalent to your Unity start function. We need to initialize those 2 dictionaries, which then initializes those, at least those, we need to initialize all 3 menu buttons and those 2 dictionaries, which are going to be part of initializing those menu buttons. So for each card types in card types, can I do, is it like this? I can't quite remember what the syntax is for looping over an enum. There's a way to, there's a way to loop over an enum. I just don't remember what it is. Loop enum. I've searched this before. Enum not give values. Then we do card types. Dict dot card type dict dot add card types dot to string and card types. And we can go ahead and do this for the menu too. So we can do card type dot add child. Is it child? No. Is it items? I've never used the menu button in Godot. And then we just do that twice. Okay, and lastly, there's just the background menu button, but that's just going to be the paths. So we can do background dot get pop up add item. Summon background, and then trap and spell. So that initializes those. Price is fine. Card type. I should initialize everything, I think. So let's see. Not you. This isn't gonna work. I just realized I haven't attached anything. Yeah, so name text, price, card types, to summon, background, and is owned. That might work. So if I click here and do summon, Gravedigger, I don't see the text though. That's weird. Do I need to put like a minimum height on these? Like if I add a W initially, does it? Huh. If true, when the cursor hovers up another menu. Are they not menu buttons? Are they? Menu button, option button. Ah. Selected should be 0. Okay. So let's just change these all to option buttons. Good. They have text, which is interesting now. I don't see a text option here. I see text behavior. Yeah. Okay, good. And now we'll change the type in here to option button. Okay, so it's just a little shorter. And then card type dot selected is equal to 0. We'll just duplicate that a few times. Summoning card type. There we go. Now let's try it. Might have to re-add them. Yeah. Kind of figured that'd happen. That's okay. Card type. To summon. Background. Trap. What it's summoning. Alright. So then I think what our next change is going to be is actually get rid of these player types, because I don't think it's necessary. Like at all. I think we can do it with just the name. And the type should also determine this. So reality is I don't think we should have either of these. I think they should both be removed. And then we could set the name up here like brute cost of 300. It's a summon type. And then that's it. And then we would say is owned is true, and then we click save, which I can do now. I just like it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Okay. Now we need to build a menu for this. And we'll load all of them. That means we need to create this thing again, which isn't going to be hard. We're just putting the name and the shader and stuff in. And then we'll just set it dynamically. Excuse me. Yeah. Gonna go to the restroom again real quick, and then we'll get started on that next step. Sorry that it took so long. It got cold in here, so I went and grabbed a hoodie, and then I realized I was out of coffee, so I've got another pot brewing. But yeah, where were we? We're getting rid of these. Which means I need to open up. Yes, you. Extend. Card metadata that has the card model. The card model does not need a player type or a background. It's all going to be determined off the card type. And the name. So we don't need this. We're going to have the card type. And that'll be it. Also means we can delete them out of here. So get rid of this. Right now, these tools are wholly separate. So right now, we're just kind of testing. We're building a testing ground, effectively. I disagree with you. User interface, texture rect. We'll do that. We're going to put a label on it. And then we want test. We're going to load in horizontal alignment is going to be center. New label settings. Grab the font. Quick load. You set your color to black. And then we're actually going to check them in here. So we did top wide there. And what are your settings? 88. Jesus, that is rather large. Yeah, that's huge. It's set to like 24. 22. And then for this, we just did top wide apparently. And then we'll do another label. I think these were both just children of this. Horizontal alignment, center, layout, anchors, top wide. Yeah. And then we did probably center. Like that. And we still have our shader to put in on this. And this is probably bottom wide, 0, New label settings. Quick load. Hue, color, black, and what size were you? 22. So 22. And center, layout, anchors, bottom wide. Huh. Does that not... Am I not using the same damn font in here? 100 center. Bottom wide. Uh-huh. We're not even using the theme. We're just... we're using the theme from the button. Why is that... Okay, we'll just do this for now. That's so odd. Call it card. We're going to add a new script called card. It's going to have export public name text label name text get set and we're going to do export public label price, and we'll do export public label not label, it's a texture 2D. And we'll call it card face. Cool. So now we should be able to set all that by just getting a reference to it in, I know card model doesn't. Oh. There we go. And now we can do this. Name text, price, and text direct. Good. And then gutter change line text changed. Alright. I'm going to put this here and this over here. My other screen, that way I can see them both at the same time. So we need public name changed. It's void. Yeah. And it takes no arguments. So if the name text changes, then we need an export public of our card. We'll just call it card. That's fine. Card. And then we do card dot name text is equal to name text.text. Right? Name text.text. Okay, so that's the name change. Does Spinbox have the same thing? It hasn't changed. So, public void price change. This all just links it so that we can see it visually on screen. And then we do card.price.text is equal to price.value.toString. And then is owned won't cause a visual change, but the option button will. So it's item selected. So we'll just call it background change. Public void background changed. Oh, no, it's not background changed. It's a card type. Because we don't have these anymore. Void card type selected. And then int index. So then we can do card type dot items at the index. I wonder if this is called before or after. Item. You know what? This is fine. We can do get item text, and then call that, and we can do this. We can do card type dict, and then we can do card type. So then we can do type equals card types dot summon. Then we do card dot what I call it? Oh, card face. Dot texture equals resource loader dot load texture 2D, and then we want the paths dot summon BG, right? And we just do the same thing. Else that's trap. Then we do trap. We're not caching anything. I don't really care. This tool's not gonna be run like frequently. Spell.bg. Now let's wire all that in, I think. Text changed. Pick. Ah, we gotta build it. Hold on. Emitted when min, max, value, page, or step change. Value changed. Oh. I need to add a float argument to that. Okay. Let's run it and see what happens. See how many errors we get. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. That makes sense. We didn't put a card in here. We just have a text direct. So we need the actual card scene. And here we want its layout, container sizing, fill. And then you need to be set up like as a parent. Should be like center. There we go. And then I can go in here, assign the card. Nice. And then trap, summon. Hey, look at that. That's nice. Can I tell this to go full rect? What happens? Like if I do this, and then I tell it, I wonder if there's a way. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. That wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to zoom in there. But cool. That all works. And we'll call, at the end of this, card type selected 0, just so that it sets it correctly. And then I think we can do save. Test, set it as spell is owned, true. We'll set this to like 100. We'll click save. Well, it didn't crash. That's because it's not hooked up to anything yet. Okay, let's see if it crashes now. A test. He has 100. You're a trap card, and you are owned. It didn't crash. And then we can do this. Okay. So it almost certainly added it. Okay, crashed. First things first, we need to check if this directory exists. If directory dot exists, then directory not create directory. That's a data. And then open or create is what that should be. Now, hopefully what we see is we get a new folder over here after we type all this again. Okay, well, we still got an error. It's because it's using res. That's right. This one doesn't need a res. That's something we'll need to change in both of them. I think /data is what we need. Unable to read beyond the end of the stream. What do you mean? Also, why don't I have a data folder? Like, even if you failed, you should have at least given me that. I'm doing load. I need to be doing save. And that should be a writer, not a reader. Binary writer. Writer. New from the stream. Writer. Save. Writer.close, writer.dispose. Yeah, there we go. Weird that I still don't have a folder, though. Okay, where were you at when you did this? Card metadata. Value is null. That shouldn't exist either. And we have a data folder. And if I open this in the file manager, I have a cards.dat. Cool. And then if I open this with like Sublime text. Yep, that's a binary file. Let's open it with code. Code will try to interpret. Yep, that's the name. Cool. Cool. So now we can just do a main menu that's just like a vertical card thing. Yeah? Crazy. He is yelling. What's up? You want me to hold you? No? Okay. You just hungry? You've started talking a lot more recently, buddy. I think he's playing with this food. Cats are weird. Now that I've removed so much of this, I'm not sure I actually need this tool. Like, this is... yeah. This is a little overkill, honestly. We'll keep it around. But I think I can get away now with just... like, going in here, getting rid of the 2 summon, getting rid of the background, and then in card model, like, go in here, create a constructor, takes in a string name, an int price, and a card type. And then name is equal name. Price is equal to price. And card type is equal to card type. And then we can get rid of toSummon. Get rid of the backgrounds. Simplify this whole thing down a bit. And then that's all we'd have. Just like this, and it'd be even simpler. And then in our card model also needs to have a empty constructor. There we go. Do that. And then over in our here, we'll get rid of this. That, and up again. And then one more. And then in here we can create like a private static add that just takes in these 3 or 4 arguments. Takes in a string, an int, and a card types. And then a bool is owned, and we'll default it to false. And then it'll just do this. Just like that. So now up here, instead of this, we will literally just call add. And then up here, we also do true, because it defaults to false. That's a lot simpler. And we'll do 1, 2, 4. I do the night. Mage. Bomber. And the brute. And now, I'll add fire spitter. Price of 100 types dot trap. And we don't own this one. There also needs to be a buy price. But that's going to go in card metadata. Get set. We'll default it to. We'll add a default value. All right, there we go. And then we can do down here, we can do a reader.readInt32 and then writer.writePrice. And then in here, we need to do int buy price, which will default to 100. And then enter here, right? Yeah. It is less likely that I set this than I set this. So just like that. Okay. That's still not that bad. That's actually really, really easy to work through. We could even make our own like file to denote all this, but honestly, I think this is fine. And then we'll do similar thing we're doing right here. It's actually a thing we just wrote, so might as well just copy it out of there. You and the card builder. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some coffee and keep going. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I also slurped down some lunch real fast. Let's move this off screen real quick so I can check something. Well, that's rather annoying. Alright. So this will be called, when the game starts, so Game Master needs to call cardbook.init. Excuse me. And then the cards There you are. This is going to be card model dot name. Moves all leading and trailing white spaces. We need to we need to change this. Well, no, we don't, because we can have spaces in the path name. Our texture is just going to be resource loader dot load texture 2D at $, paths dot card icons like that, and then we can go into paths and we'll add that constant. Public const string card icons is equal to res. This shouldn't exist. That should be dot slash colon / assets / cards / icons. And actually, this can also be simplified down. This doesn't need to be, this can just be card background. And we'll just remove this. Card background. ICO. And then we can do that, right? And then here we can do a very similar thing. We're going to do, the background's going to be resource loader dot load as texture 2D $, paths dot card background / and then we have in our card model we store the card type dot card type dot toString. No, we don't even need to do the toString, we just do card type, and that'll give us the correct one, because a card type is either going to be summon, trap, or whatever else, and we just name it appropriately, and our icons are just going to be the names of the summons. That'll work out actually pretty smoothly overall, I think. We'll move data kind of on its own, since it's a little different. Yeah. And then create player needs to take in a string, which is going to be the name. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll work. I think that's all the real big changes we need to do. And then we just don't export the card model. We set it. We set it now at runtime. So we have our card book which stores all of our cards that we've built, and this is where we build our cards. And we save it off so we can reload it every time very quickly. They're relatively small too, so it's not a big deal to do. And then we can do our card now has a card location that's in. And we have our card catalog manager. Which keeps track of card models. I almost need a dummy card. Because this should instantiate all of its children card from the card catalog manager. And then we just need our root cards. Do like that. We need to do for each model in card catalog manager dot card models. Resource loader dot load. It's a card. $sign paths dot cards / card dot tscn, and then we'll just create a card here. Card. Do that. And then card model is equal to model. And then we add the child card. Right? That should initialize it. That should create all of our cards. And then need to make sure that's in the right path. So, that was in assets. It shouldn't be in assets. Where is this? Summon card. Summon underscore card. It's in UI. So, let's rename this to card. And then that's in what? Prefabs? Prefabs UI. So that will be here. Prefabs, UI. I'll just call this UI instead. Put it up there. Card.tscn, right? Yeah. Now this should be on the root of the card catalog. The card catalog, yep, cool. Perfect. And then in here we have the card catalog. It's just down below screen, which is good. All right. You're still going to be weird. You're the card swap screen, so you're going to behave a little differently. That'll initialize all the cards. We need to make sure that they're getting added to the card catalog. And then we have the we need to make sure our card's location is set. Card location is equal to dot catalog. Okay. Let's just make sure we have it set. And then we'll do a, I think we can do a, fuck. We'll do two screens. We'll do like a buy and a, ad for the card shop. And we'll just do an animation to swap between them. So like, I'll have like the thing split at the bottom of the screen, and then whenever we want to like do a thing where we allow them to buy cards, we just slide it up, and then we slide it back down when they're done. I need to sketch out that UI later to give to Felicia. So it's clearer on what I'm what I'm kind of imagining there. But I think that'll work for spawning them in. This guy should have a save and load routine too. But it should be done after the because card models can be saved, right? Yeah. Or do I? I don't think I do save the card pool. Their name now. I need to look and make sure that their names are the same as they are. And we'll just do replace space with nothing in the guy that calls this. So Or we'll do it here. There we go. Okay. That means we can have spaces in it and it's not a big deal. I guess we're creating a sort of inconsistency by doing that, though. No, we're going to keep it that way. That's fine, that's fine. Okay. I think right now, if I run it, it'll be okay. I'm going to create the card swap scene here. I don't think it'll immediately crash. Couldn't be satisfied. Go ahead and get rid of these. Good. And we erred, but kind of makes sense. Could not find file. That makes sense. That file's not real. And we didn't add the directory create bit to the card book. Do not. Then we want Sorry, responding to a LinkedIn thing. to do excuse me. Now let's see if it loads the main menu scene in. Hey, look at that. I bet if we hit play it loads, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, because this will be... There's no cards. But I do think it actually is still pausing. Yeah. So, simple solution for now, just so that we have like a functional game still, is... in the game scene, after we do this, we'll add those to the card catalog, right? Yeah, this guy. Well, we'll add them to the card catalog manager. Alrighty, so let's go into Game Master. All of this basically just puts us right back where we were to begin with. But .add, and then we need card models. So for each card metadata, we'll just say data in card book .cards. We want to do card catalog manager .add data .card model, and that should just fill up that H box there. Let's see. As object type pack scene to type card. Oh, I have to instantiate it. Yeah. Let's open up the card catalog. Yeah, see, we're loading it. There we go. And then instantiating it actually does create the object. Oh, we do need to... That's fine. Then that'll create the object that we set. Is there anywhere else that we're doing that? I could have sworn I just typed resource loader. I don't need to worry about it there because they're not a pack scene. It's not a big deal. Let's try it. Okay, that's 20 errors. But there's something resembling a card here. Almost. So that's cool. And it spawned the Gravedigger. It won't spawn the Fire Spitter because it doesn't know what that is. Okay, though. So what's our 20 debugger errors? They're related to the backgrounds, I'm sure. Resource file not found. Card, backgrounds, summon. Am I not attaching PNG to any of those? So like if I go to card. Yep, that's it. Okay. That, I think we'll fix that. It's still going to error a little bit because it's not going to have the card icons. But that's okay. I don't care so much about that. Yeah, see, we got half the errors now. Look at that. Great. And if I hit this and then hit A, I don't know why we don't have our brute. That's a little odd. Let's go into the card book real quick and make sure we're adding it. We are adding it. Wonder if it has. Let's go over here to remote. Card catalog. Oh, I know why. Our method's written to overwrite the last one on add. So like if I go into our card catalog manager, excuse me, change that from 5 to 10 and then hit replay, we'll still get 10 errors, which is fine. 12 errors. Yeah. So now we have brute. And we could, I'm pretty sure we can summon all of these except fire spitter. So, just to test, brute summoned. Bomber summoned. Mage summoned. Knight summoned. And Gravedigger summoned. And then if we hit fire spitter, I'll probably get an error. Yeah. There's nothing to... It did subtract because it knows it should try. But hey, cool. That works. That's great.
Alrighty. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the card art. Make sure all of those methods function for the icons.
Realistically, what I think that means is that I just need to... Actually, that probably didn't error because I think I have this saved. And it just doesn't summon it because it doesn't know what to do. Or it did try to summon it. It's possible. Card model, cards... The thing I was just checking. Ah. Yeah, the card. Card icons path is cards icons. Put that over here. Create a new folder. Icons. Alrighty. So we need icons, and then we need an icon for each name. That's actually really easy to do. Let's just go in here and we'll just open each one, cut it, and paste it in. Call it good. Assets, characters, player. I want to open all of these. All right. First thing is this. Control C, Control N, Control V, Control S. And then I think I just save it as mage.png. The knight, we're going to do the same thing. Control C, Control N. Control V, Control S. Knight.png. This has to be bomber.png. This one's Gravedigger. Gravedigger, not PNG. And then we got the brute. Root.png. Cool. And then I'm quite literally going to do a Control-Shift-S. And what did I call this card? If I check the, where's the card book? Card book, Fire Spitter. Okay. Alrighty. No errors. Hey, and look at that. We have cards. It makes sense. That one's a little funny. And things are spawning. It doesn't know what to do with that because it's a trap card. And if we check the code for the card, whenever they're clicked, if their trap, it just breaks out. Takes the bones away, though. Yeah. Cool. That puts us right back to where we were, except we have one additional card now. And I should be able to go into the card catalog, or not the card catalog, the card book. And we'll duplicate this. We'll call it spell. We'll say fireball. Cost of 25. It's by cost of 300. We'll say is owned as false on this. Eventually we will have an actual fireball icon. Regardless, do a control N 80 by 80. NES. Excuse me. M. And we'll do like that. And then M. Do a Shift L. Shift L gives us the what amounts to a spline tool. G, do that and that. Shift G. We'll turn dithering on. That to this. Like that. And that to this. And we'll save it as fireball. PNG. And that should be all it takes, I think, to add a new card. Aside from actually building out the entity, but like just adding the card itself, I think that'll do it. Ah, we've got to delete the folder. I think that deletes the folder and everything inside it. We do need to check to make sure that that is the case. Yeah, okay, good. So now it should take a second longer to start because it's going to initialize all the cards. And now we have a fireball. Cool! That's awesome! I'm very happy that that worked. That makes this very, very easy to do. We're going to post that on Instagram. I'll have to save that. I'm going to click select from computer, and yeah, hope it doesn't show the folder on that screen. There's no reason for you to be looking at my high school physics teacher or any of the old photos of me. It's CHOR? Yeah. And then I have just a completely separate doc that just has Instagram tags in it. And then I usually do this. And I tag myself. And yeah, I think that's all. There we go. So cool. Now we have all that. These are going to kind of work a little different because we need them to... Traps get placed once and then you can't move them. Summons you can move after they're placed, and spells are one-offs. So whenever you click, that's where the spell occurs, and then it just happens. But then traps, you place them and they don't move beyond that point. So we need to build in the game modes for that. I don't think that's going to be particularly difficult. The weird thing is going to be, I think I need to like break up the entity system into like a base entity and then a moving entity, and then yeah. It gets weird. It gets weird because, like, I guess at that point I'm doing inheritance over composition. Kind of should be doing composition over inheritance. Regardless, it's fine. Yeah. Let's do that. Also, I need to create like a way, like just a key press to reload. Reload the card catalog. That way, whenever I launch the game, I can hit a key and it just reloads the entire card catalog at base value. I think that'll just end up going into the game master, though. But I think for now, that's where we're going to end it today. There was a surprising amount that got done today. So much more code than there used to be, and less code in some regards, because we kind of trimmed down things to just operate off of names, and now we no longer have to use the resources like we were. We're doing more like a standard model. So that's cool. I also kind of I think I'm going to ask Felicia if she can draw me like a set of chains that go around the cards for whenever they're like not purchased, and then we can animate that like unlocking and burning away or something. And do a shader to burn it away. That'd be easy. But then we can have a sort of unlock phase for the cards, and that could be cool. That could be neat. And I don't think that anything looks particularly bad except for the spell cards color is off, I think. One of those grays looks a lot darker than the other. I know they're supposed to be blues. I'm colorblind. See it in here. Like, this guy looks off. Looks like there's like one additional color or something. Not quite sure what the deal is there, or it just didn't work out the same, pattern the same. Whatever, that's something I can look into fixing. Like I said, none of this art's final anyways, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think I'm happy with it. So I'm going to cut it off there. Thanks anyone for watching.